Thank you very much. It's time to get started. And I present myself first. 죄송해요. 한국말로 하겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jae-woo-eun, a senior research fellow at the Korea Institute of Public Administrations. Hundreds of people are joining us remotely. Let us begin the opening ceremony for this forum. I was supposed to deliver an opening remarks, but I'd like to invite the president of, I'm reading his opening remarks on behalf of the president of KIPA, because he is standing before the National Assembly of Korea for the national audit. I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. So, I will read his opening remarks. Let me begin.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I am Sang-han Choi, president of the Korea Institute of Public Administration. I am very pleased to hold today's international forum under the theme of public administration and governance for sustainable development in the era of COVID-19. I would like to welcome distinguished guests from home and abroad who are here in person and also participants online. This forum is being jointly held by KIPA and UN DESA, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to share the results of research on the topic of sustainable development. I would like to take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to UN DESA for engaging in productive discussions and research with KIPA through the joint research. I would also like to thank Professors Sang-chul Park, Jae-kwon Cha, Jinuk Choi, Mr. John Song, and Mr. Aslam Alam for gladly accepting our invitation to present at the forum. And also, I would like to thank Professor Fiona Yap, Powell Peiserbach, Mr. Rhymes Udin, and Keping Yao for joining as panelists to add valuable insights. I would also like to thank UNFOG Director Go Kyu-chang for jointly hosting this event with us. The main agenda of the forum, the SDGs, is a common goal of the international society. Strengthening solidarity and cooperation to reduce social risks that threaten the world's sustainability is its main objective. Especially today, the pandemic and threats to international security and order are accelerating deglobalization. Against this backdrop, many social risks impose threats to the global community, while individual risks are intertwined, which increases the overall complexity. This implies that one person, or one organization, or one country cannot effectively respond to the current environment alone. This forum will introduce various forms of governance, all of which deals with existing or future social risks, while looking back at the relevance of connections between nations and organizations. At a time when cracks are appearing in globalization, the value of this forum should lie in that we are revisiting the meaning and ways to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Once again, thank you for attending, and I hope that this forum will be constructive and meaningful for everyone. Thank you. President Sang-hwan Choi of KIPO. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Eun. It's now time for welcoming remarks. Mr. Keping Yao, who is a senior governance and public administration expert at UN DESA, will deliver his remarks. Microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm Keping Yao, the senior governance and public administration expert of UN Project Office on Governance, DPIDG, of UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I'm delivering these welcoming remarks on behalf of our head, Mr. Kuchang Ko. It is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to the 2022 KIPA-UN DESA International Forum on Public Administration and Governance for Sustainable Development in the year of COVID-19. Your attendance and active participation today accentuate the important role of effective governance and innovative approaches and methods to leveraging digital transformation to achieve the 23rd Agenda for Sustainable Development and address climate crisis. Distinguished participants, natural disasters such as the increased frequency and intensity of extreme climate events and public health emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic are the challenges currently confronting the global society. The call for decisive actions to avoid climate catastrophes and ensure sustainable development in the era of COVID-19 calls for innovative public governance whilst unlocking the potential of digital and data technologies. Agile and effective responses to the COVID-19 require the acceleration of the digital transformation, the actual utilization of data and the digital technologies that allow countries to make informed, transparent, and accountable decisions during the process of addressing pandemic. This emphasizes the importance of public administration and governance in the current times. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum will firstly examine the importance of public-private governance for the effective and sustainable achievement of the 23rd Agenda. Secondly, exchange different public governance approaches, including the national and local level strategies, institutional frameworks, and policy implementation for carbon neutrality. Thirdly, discuss innovative country practices in public governance and strengthen the digital data governance for climate neutrality. Fourthly, exchange innovative solutions and suggest recommendations in strengthening public governance for green and sustainable recovery from COVID-19. And fifth, share effective approaches in utilizing data and digital technologies for climate neutrality and in overcoming COVID-19. I hope this forum will provide a unique platform for in-depth discussions, knowledge sharing, and resulting in the delivery of follow-up national and peer-to-peer learning workshops. UN DESA looks forward to engaging with you as key partners. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and a successful forum. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Many thanks for your
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 지금 이제 단체 사진을 먼저 촬영을 하도록 하겠습니다. 앞쪽으로 나오시면 저희가 함께 촬영을 하도록 하겠습니다.
A group photo session, please.
please be seated. The 2022 KIPA-UN DESA International Forum will start momentarily. Welcome again to 2022 KIPA-UN DESA International Forum. My name is Ga Young-so. I'm a research fellow here at Korea Institute of Public Administration. It's my great pleasure to welcome all the participants who join us from various parts of the world. And we are also very excited to hold this forum on a timely and critical topic, which is to explore and raise the roles of public administration during these pandemic times. And we are also very proud to invite prolific scholars and devoted practitioners from very diverse backgrounds as our presentators and moderators today. So let's begin the first session, Inquiring Innovative Governance in the Pandemic Times. We have 3 presentators, followed by the respective discussion. Each speaker gets 20 minutes and 10 minutes for each discussion. And please note we've got a slightly alternative formation of this first session due to the first speaker's urgent matter. The discussion for the first presentation will take place immediately after the presentations. So please welcome our first speaker, Professor Jinuk Choi from Korea University. And the title of the presentation is Building Public-Private Governance for the SDGs through Private Sector's Engagement. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Yes.
네, 첫 번째 발표를 맡게 된
Good afternoon. My name is Jinuk Choi. I am professor at Korea University, and I will have the honor of presenting the first presentation today. So I think we are discussing a very important theme today, and I would like to thank KIPA and UN DESA and USMPOD for inviting me to this very meaningful event. And I have been working together with Dr. Song for a very long time, and I know that the doctor has been very supportive of this forum. So I would like to thank for all the efforts. Today, the title of my presentation is Building Public-Private Governance for SDGs through Private Sector Engagement. So in terms of international development, how can we develop a public-private governance? And there is a concept called PSE, Private Sector Engagement. So I would like to look into this PSE, how we can leverage PSE, how Korea is using PSE, and what are the challenges in front of us to further the public-private governance to achieve the SDGs. So let me first talk about why this is important, the background of this research. So as you know, in 2015, the UN proposed the SDGs, and they were quite challenging agendas. There were 17 goals, 169 targets. And currently, we are all working towards the achievement of those targets and goals. About 7 years have passed. And if we look back at our achievements, if you look at the detailed targets, some of them are well in progress. Some of them are slightly lagging behind. The United Nations and all the different related international organizations are, when they look at the progress of the SDGs, I think overall there is some concern that the delivery is not as accelerated as we initially expected. So there can be various reasons to that. And some of the factors that aggravate the challenges is, I think, of course, financing issues. And so I will be touching on that topic later on. On top of that, since 2020, the pandemic came about. And this year, there was the Ukraine war. And globally, we are experiencing supply chain disruptions and global economic recessions. All of these were not expected at all. And all of these events may negatively impact development financing, which is required to achieve the SDGs. So in that context, there may be some possibility that we may not be able to achieve the SDGs as originally planned. Ultimately, I think the world, one of the targets that the world is striving to achieve is to address poverty. And when I look at some of the materials, poverty rate was 8.3% in 2019. And then 2020, after the pandemic, it went up to 9.2%. So looking at this, the SDG that the global community is striving to achieve, how far can we actually go until 2030? I think it is meeting a lot of challenges. And then against this backdrop, we need to explore some innovative methods to accelerate the progress, and I think PSE is one of them. PSE is not a novel concept. It has been around since about 15 years ago, but I don't think PSE has been leveraged to the extent that the international organizations would like to see. And engaging and mobilizing private sector, I think, will be one key challenge in achieving the SDGs, and that is why I came up with this research. There are largely two research questions that I would like to address. So international development cooperation in the past was usually government-led. More recently, I think government and private sector are trying to work together to accelerate international development. And in this time of shift, what is the meaning and role of PSE? What are some of the challenges in Korea in terms of expanding PSE? And what is the state of PSE in Korea? Those are the questions that I would like to discuss today. So every year, the UN monitors the progress of the SDG. And if you look at the 22 report, you can see it on the screen, the cover. And regarding the report, the UN Secretary General mentioned that aspirations set out in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are in jeopardy. So I think there is, quite significant level of concern within the UN in terms of achieving the agendas. There are 17 goals. There are more than 160 more specific targets. And when we track the progress, some of them are seeing significant progress. Some of them are quite slow. And some of them have even deteriorated. And so it's not to come up with a kind of standard assessment, but you can see here that some of the indices are showing significant progress and some of them are not. You see goal 2, which is about poverty, but it's actually deteriorating. You can see then the pointers and you can see the pictures here. Can you see, if you look at goal 2, on the first row, you see the red images and you see the arrows pointing to the left. It means it is deteriorating. And if you look at some of the other health-related issues, they're actually doing quite well. So if you go through all of the 17 goals, while climate change is not picking up speed in terms of progress. And there are some democratic indices. So illegal detention, for example, if you look at on the screen, the goal 16 and 17, justice And these type of issues are actually being deteriorated as well. So like I've already repeated myself, in terms of achieving SDG, one of the most important resources would be development finance. Before COVID, the development finance gap, of course, even then had always existed. But the OECD calculated the development finance gap in 2019, and you can see on the screen it was 2.5 trillion US dollars. But COVID in itself requires another 1 trillion, and the reduction of external resources was around 700 billion. So in 2022, the gap has increased from 2.5 trillion to 4.2 trillion. That's a very large increase. Then how can we address this issue? So the government cannot cover this gap alone. So we need some alternative measures, and the private sector engagement can be one of those alternative measures that can fill in the gap. So PSC has been quite popular concept since about 10 years ago. Then what is the scope of PSC? What type of stakeholders can be included in PSC? And what is the ultimate objective that we are trying to achieve through PSC? Bilateral agencies, international organizations have tried to come up with a definition of PSC, so I brought some examples. The OECD presented a definition for PSC in 2016, USA, the Australia, DFAT, Sweden, SIDA as well. The definition, if you look at the definitions, it largely covers 3 common aspects. First of all, the PSC. So in the past, international development was driven by government, but that is shifting. So there is a strategic approach to include more private sector engagement. And you can see in this image here, the private sector partners include think tanks and industries and so on. But I think key partner will be businesses, corporations. And it's about how much private sector funds that the development cooperation activities can mobilize. So large corporations, multinationals, financiers, we are trying to engage them into international development to further progress international development cooperation. So PSC, at one side, of course, it's about trying to fill in the financing gap, but it's not positive just for the donor agency. It can be positive to all stakeholders, including the private sector firms and the partner countries and the international community. It's a strategic tool that can benefit everyone. For the perspective of donor agency, they can find the additional source of development financing, and they can also access the innovative strategies of the private sector. And then the private firms, when they conduct business in developing countries, they have to engage in corporate social responsibility activities. And if they can cooperate with the local governments, that CSR activity can generate larger synergy. And if those CSR activities lead to a positive outcome, then it can further promote their business and their reputation in that area. A lot of countries are encouraging PSC, but it is always highlighted that it is not philanthropy. It needs to be profit-seeking, or else the private sector will not be interested for a long time. So the private sector companies will also need to enjoy financial and non-financial benefits for this PSE to be sustainable. And then, of course, from the partner countries, they will have larger size finances to invest in their country. And ultimately, the international community benefits because they can accelerate the achievement of SDGs. So it's beneficial to all. The PSC that is discussed to date is not just about financing. It can be actually from multiple perspectives. It can be about knowledge information sharing, how to share knowledge and information between government and private sector. And then it can also help the policy dialogue. It can contribute to supporting technical assistance and capacity development. All of these are in interaction with each other. But what is in the blue box, I think it's processed to generate the red box, the finance. And ultimately, I think goal of PSC would be to generate financing. So like I mentioned earlier, PSC is not a novel concept. It started in 2002 at the Monterey Consensus and also the 2015 Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the G20 in Seoul. And then as the fourth International Development Cooperation Forum, this concept was highlighted again. So recognizing the private sector as a partner and engaging the private sector to become a partner in order to mobilize the financial resources of the private sector to reduce the development finance gap. That was the key focus of all of these discussions. So when we look at the private capital mobilization for development, it's not just about the capital from the private. Usually there will be joint investment from both public and private sector, and there can be various instruments. So there are guarantees, syndicated loans, shares in collective investment vehicles, direct investment. But if you look at these different factors, so OECD, when they talked about PSC in 2014, it was about the top three: guarantee, syndicated loans, and the shares in collective investment vehicles. But I think this concept has expanded. So in 2016, on top of the first three, direct investment, credit lines, and simple co-financing were included as well. So I think the list does not end here. There will be new and innovative instruments that are developed that can encourage the participation of private sector. And so I think there will be more diverse financial instruments developed in the future for this purpose. So this is from 2015 to 2019. Of the 23 OECD countries, we looked at the private capital mobilization. And this information is available at the OECD DAC website. If you look at the total amount in 2015, I think the unit is not here, but it's million US dollars. So in 2015, it's 9 billion. And then 2019, it's about 14 billion. That's about 60% increase. So in 5 years, not a very large, but not a small amount has increased. And that trend is continuing. That is one characteristic. The second characteristic is that if you look at each country, 3 countries, the red boxes, I think, are inaccurate at the moment. But US, UK, France, these 3 countries take up around 75%. So they are the leaders in private capital mobilization. On the other hand, if you look at Korea, so it's actually on top of Luxembourg. So it was 17 million in 15, and then 2019, it's about 20 million. So the increasing rate is only about 10%. So I mentioned that total amount has increased by 60%. So Korea's rate of increase is quite small. It's only about 0.18% for Korea. So I understand that Korea government is also striving to encourage PSC, and despite all those efforts, the result has not been very robust. Then, what about the Korean government? Is the Korean government interested in PSC? Of course. As you know, there are two largely policy documents regarding international development cooperation. One is the basic plan that is released every 5 years, and there is a more detailed plan that is released every year. And when I look at the strategic documents, the partnership with private sector, PSCs, these concepts are highlighted every year. But I feel that what is included in these strategic documents are quite rhetoric. So this is the 5-year plan, I think, that was released this year. And there's the vision. And then there are 4 strategic goals: inclusive ODA, co-prosperous ODA, innovative ODA, and together ODA. And you can see the red boxes here. Under innovative ODA, there are diversification of resources, which implies that they are going to work to encourage private sector participation. And then if you look at together ODA, it says expanding development cooperation. So they're trying to increase the volume. And if you read further, so in terms of strategic aspects, I am not sure if it can really score high. If you look at other countries, the Sweden, US, Australia, and OECD, they have handbooks, frameworks, policy documents. As they are developing these documents, they are really developing their national strategies to include the private sector as a powerful contributor. So Korea's related strategies are not at global standard at the moment. So for Korea, there is no separate PSC strategy. And to mobilize PSE, you need to leverage policy tools, but those policy tools are quite limited. And if the government is pursuing PSC, they need to present PSC-related targets and indexes, but that is not mentioned either. So strategically and systematically, I think PSC there is still room for improvement. Then if PSC becomes more active, how willing are Korean companies how willing are they to participate in the PSC? You can see this chart. There are large companies, SMEs, VCs, and startups. And this looks at the readiness and willingness of private sector in terms of participating in PSC. In Korea, on average, more than 60%. So large corporates, SMEs, BCC, around 64%. They have experience of PSC in developing countries. And we asked them, only 45% worked with the Korean government. But we asked them, if you have opportunity to work with government for PSC activities, 84% said yes. So there's a gap between 45% and 84%. So that is the gap between expectation and reality. So what kind of effort the government can make to reduce this gap, I think is very important. And if I move on to the third one, effectiveness of policy tools. So for those companies who have worked with the government on PSC activities, there are tax benefits and policy dialogues. How efficient and effective did they think it was? So on a 5-point scale, the score was only around 3. So then it can be said that government cooperation in terms of the providing benefits was not very beneficial. And however, if you look at the last one, necessity of policy tools, they scored around 4. So this is again the difference between the actual expectations and the actual reality. So there is about 1 point that is different, and this needs to be filled. And there are some policy implications from this research. First, it needs to be systematic and strategic. And that strategy means that the government needs to communicate the government's approach toward PSC to the private sector. Second, I think I repeated this quite often today, you need the right policy tools. And third, how are you going to accelerate the private sector capital using those policy tools? And then fourth, tracing and recording of PSC results would be important. So once private sector involved, the ODA structure becomes more complicated. So you need to be able to track and trace how much came from private sector, how much came from stakeholder, and how you are going to kind of distribute the performance. And how are you going to analyze the contribution of each stakeholder in a project? So these four, I think, elements would be very important for Korea to further invigorate PSC. So it was a short presentation. I am looking forward to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Choi, for the insightful presentation. Now, let's welcome Professor Hyunju Chang from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies for the discussion. Yeah.
네, thank you. My name is Hyunju Chang. I'm working at the Department of Public Administration, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and thank you for the wonderful presentation on PSEs. And then I will make some brief comment on the presentation in Korean.
Thank you for that very insightful presentation. And I think I only have about 2 comments regarding the presentation. So if you look at page 26, it says readiness for CSR and CSV. So page 26, page 27, it talks about Korea's status in terms of PSC. And based on your analysis, you mention some strategies. You give some policy implications on how we can further promote PSC in Korea. And I also agree to all of the 4 policy implications you mentioned. And I thought of adding one more to the policy implications. So these policy implications, I think, are presented from the perspective of the government. And I think we can add one from the perspective of the businesses. For CSR activity, social welfare, and then business administration from these disciplines. One topic that repeatedly comes up is that the corporate CSR teams in businesses are usually quite a small team under the PR division, or they are a small team under the investor relations division. So from social welfare or from the business administration perspective, the CSR team should be in parallel with other business divisions. So on page 26, if you look at the statistics, it says size of manpower. It says only 2.99. So I took note of this number. So I think we need to increase this number. This is not enough. So expanding the size and also elevating the position of the CSR team or CSR organization within a company, I think is very important. So I think that is one option that we can think about. The second comment that I'd like to make is about sustainability of PSC, that it is important that PSC is sustainable. So because of financing issues, PSC can become a important alternative of financing. So stably mobilizing financing of the private sector, regardless of the business cycle of that company. So how can we finance for longer term, not 3-5 year term, but maybe a 10-year term? So I think this is something that also deserves some thought. So when we talk about public-private governance, there are several conditions for it to be stable and sustainable. One of them, or two of them, is having a shared goal, so that they all need to be on the same page. And then the private sector who has agreed to that shared goal needs to actively and voluntarily participate in that scheme. So when the private companies are contributing in terms of finance, there are some benefits. They can further promote their business and positively impact their reputation. But there are some others as well. So they can contribute to addressing a societal issue. So if they can kind of agree to this cause and be committed to that cause, I think the participation of the private sector will become more active, and I think it can also help promote voluntary participation. So in the presentation, it was mentioned that there are a wide spectrum of financial instruments. So diversifying financial instruments would be essential. Well, on top of that, in order to secure sustainability of PSE, defining a shared goal, which in this case will be contributing to international development cooperation. And if everyone can agree to this goal, I think it will help participation. So I don't have a lot of time given to me, so I would like to conclude my talk on presenting those two thoughts. So may I respond to that? Yes. So I can see Mr. Chang very well. I'm not sure if his screen is working. I'm not sure if he can see me well, but I see you and hear you very well. Thank you for your comments, and I agree 100% with you. So I couldn't go into too much detail because of the time limit, but when we say PSE, it can't really be pushed by government. There needs to be voluntary participation by the private sector. And for that to happen, there needs to be financial or non-financial gain for the private companies. And so I think that's connected with the second comment from Mr. Chang. There needs to be goal sharing between public and private sector. And that is why I mentioned the PSC modalities, that it includes policy dialogue. There can be various incentives, capacity building, knowledge sharing, and those were the preconditions for PSE to take off. So when I talk with global company CSR team leaders and the experts, there are usually two issues that they are concerned. First, from the corporate perspective. So PSC, when the company is trying to work on PSC, there needs to be some preparation within the company, but the level of readiness is different among large, SME, and startups. So for startups, the PSC is favorable for them in terms of promoting their business. So they are actually very proactive. But for large firms, they already have their CSR programs. And so they are not really thinking of the need to further expand their PSC for international development because they already have their own programs that are doing quite well. So the awareness of PSC in top management was very low. So I think this type of condition needs to be understood first. So rather than leaving the companies to understand the importance of PSC themselves, I think there should be some awareness building, so education regarding the importance of PSC and the benefits of PSC. And if you look at the case of Korea, this PSC has always been very government-driven. So meaning that basically the programs were developed by the PSC team in the government, and their corporations were asked to join this program developed by the government. But I think maybe there needs to be some modifications to this type of government-driven strategy. Maybe there can be some initiation from the private sector rather than the government. Because if it's this type of top-down system, it's hard to agree on a shared goal because that goal has already been set by the government. So I think there needs to be continuous communication and dialogue between the public and private sector to find a common goal together and to develop those programs together. So in that perspective, there are some tasks that needs to be addressed by the corporations, also some tasks that needs to be done by the government. And if those kind of environments can be met, then PSC can be further promoted. But unless those challenges are addressed, then I think it will be very difficult for PSC to take off in Korea. But given that PSC is taking a larger role in the financing of development projects, if PSC is not promoted in Korea, then Korea can fall behind in this area.
Questions, Professor Choi and Chang. And now it's time for the second presentation. Professor Chae Kwon-cha at Pukyong National University is give us a presentation. And the title is, Does the type of political system matter for the wicked problem of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Chae Kwon-cha. I'm teaching at the Pukyong National University, located in the Busan metropolitan city, which is quite far from here. Before presenting this paper, I would like to thank you all for having me here as a presenter, and also congratulate the 31st anniversary of KIPA. Let me start my presentation with a brief introduction of research background and the entire scheme of our research design. As you know, over the past 3 years, all the countries in the world have experienced the COVID-19 pandemic. Coping with the corona pandemic, governments have responded to COVID-19 in very different ways. According to each country's way of responding to the pandemic, the quarantine performance against the COVID-19 also varied over countries and over time. Although many scholars have been trying to responding to to the pandemic, the quarantine performance against, trying to understand why the quarantine performance against COVID-19 is that much different from country to country. There has been a relatively little research interest in political factors, such as the type and the characteristics of the political system. However, recently, a group of scholars began to pay attention to the question of which system is more effective in the terms of quarantine performance, the democratic systems or otherwise the autocratic system. But most scholars tend to be, it doesn't work anyway. But most scholars tend to be engrossed in single or comparative case studies rather than in large and cross-sectional or time-related statistical analysis. Scholarly efforts to set up hypotheses and then prove them in a more systemic way and objective way seem to be quite rare in this discipline so far. In addition, even in a study that empirically analyzes the difference in quarantine performance according to the type of political system, extra but important political variables such as the level of decentralization, the degree of press freedom, the difference in power structure, and federalism versus unitary dichotomy can be considered also in addition to the type of political system. However, it seems to be quite difficult to find examples of applying such kind of comprehensive set of political independent variables in their models. Also, some scholars point out the importance of time variance in the analysis. However, in the discipline, it is quite hard to find studies to examine the difference in the influence of political variables on COVID-19 quarantine performance over time. Therefore, in order to overcome this limitation of existing literatures, this study conducted comparative analysis focusing on 2 out of the 6 worldwide COVID-19 pandemic waves. We chose January 2021 and January 2022 as time points for our comparative analysis, comparative cross-sectional analysis. Because among the existing 6 waves of the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic, January 2021 was the lowest point of COVID-19 pandemic wave, while January, the lowest point of COVID-19 pandemic wave, while January 2022 was the highest point of the COVID-19 pandemic wave in terms of the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases, as shown in, I'm sorry, sorry, is it a little bit confusing? Yeah, I'm talking about this part. So, by performing multiple regression analysis based upon the cross-sectional data at each time point, we examined how the influence of political variables changes in 2 time periods. To go further, we separated the data set into 2 different groups, one for the whole countries and the other for the only democratic countries, in order to check up the impact of other extra political variables in detail. Then we run the multiple regression analysis separately and produced 8 different groups, one for the whole countries and the other for the only democratic countries, in order to check up the impact of other extra political variables in detail. Then we run the multiple regression and produced 8 different tables, each of which also includes 4 different submodels depending upon the input of variable groups. By comparing and analyzing the influence of other political variables on quarantine performance under a democratic system. We tried to overcome the limitations of existing studies. In order to achieve the research purpose presented above, this study uses CFR, which means case fatality rate, and the total confirmed cases per million as dependent variable, and political factors as a major independent variable, as shown in table. You can see the here in table 1. It's a lot, but a lot. So we also put socio-democratic variables, health-related variables, and government response variables for the purpose of control. In this study, 7 political variables are put into the model. The World Press Freedom Index, indicating the degree of press freedom, the Local Government Index, indicating the level of decentralization, the Data Transparency Index, indicating the transparency of government information disclosure, the government type of indicating the power structure, the adoption of federalism, the regime type, and finally, the 45 Democracy Index were included in the analysis as key political factor variables. Most of the variables used in this study were collected through a database provided by Variety of Democracy, Reporters Without Borders, Center for Systemic Peace, Forum of Federations, etc. In addition to our World in data provided by the World Bank and the World Pact Book provided by the CIA. Now, let me quickly roll up our findings through the following 4 points. My script is a lot, almost 47 pages, so I have to move very quickly. Otherwise, I cannot make my presentation done within a time. So here, I put the summary and implications. The result of the empirical analysis of this study can be confirmed through table 3 to table 10. To speak frankly, overall the outcomes are quite complicated, mixed, and even somewhat embarrassing and contradictory in some sense. However, there also exists some meaningful findings which deserves to be highlighted as follows. First, regarding our political independent variables, the regime type does not seem to well explain the performance of quarantine policy. As the scholars who support the democratic quarantine theory, since most of the tables which shows our research outcomes fail to prove any negative relationship between our dependent variables and main political independent variables, such as World Press Freedom Index and Data Transparency Index. Regime type remains statistically significant, but reveals positive relationship with the CFR in table 4. Only 2 exceptions are made. The first exceptions can be found in democracy-only model for the 2021 COVID-19 wave with the dependent variables of CFR in table 7. In this model, World Press Freedom Index remains statistically significant with negative relations throughout all the submodels. The second exception is also shown in democracy-only model for the 2021 COVID-19 wave. With the dependent variable of total confirmed cases per million in table 9. In that model, 45 index remains statistically significant with negative relations throughout all the submodels. Second, most of the democracy-only models, which include more than 90 democratic countries, do not produce much difference in their outcomes, though there exists a small amount of crack between the whole country's model and the democracy-only model. For example, table 9 well supports the argument that the more democratic country is highly likely to produce better quarantine performance. In terms of total confirmed cases per million by showing its statistically significant and negative impact. Such outcome does not seem to be found in most of the whole country's models. Third, regarding the matter of time consistency, we also found some mixed results with the comparison between 2021 models and 2022 models. In general, the statistical significance of our major independent variables related to political factors tends to sustain stronger in the 2022 model than in the 2021 model. Compared to the result of the 2021 models, those of the 2022 models well demonstrates that some political variables, including World Press Freedom Index and Data Transparency Index, remain statistically significant, as shown in table 4, 6, 8, and 10. However, frankly speaking, at this point, I'm not quite sure whether such difference is noteworthy or not. It's a kind of a puzzle to me. First, some of our findings, especially associated with the stringency index, which indicates the strength of the government policy response toward the COVID-19 pandemic, seem to produce quite embarrassing puzzle to us. It shows a statistically significant but positive relationship in the models with the total cases per million regardless of time points. What does it mean? In common sense, it seems to be quite difficult to understand and accept the findings. How could we accept the notion that the more stringent COVID-19 policy responses result in the weaker quarantine policy performances? I think that further research interest needs to be paid to solving this puzzle. So this is all that I have prepared for my presentation here so far. Thanks for listening to my presentation. Though I didn't perform very well during my presentation as well as in research itself. I expect your valuable comments, especially Professor Fiona Yap from Adelaide University, to improve my paper. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the distinctive contribution with a strong empirical ground. Let's move to our last presentation. Professor Sang-Chul Park is going to talk about European Union's public governance for the carbon neutral economic system and the Green Deal strategy.
Thank you for presenting me kindly, and I'd like to present this subject, which I published a book last year, not the same title, but a different title, focusing on the European Union's the carbon neutral economic system and the Green Deal strategy in Korean, but financed by the European Union Erasmus Plus program. Today, I present this subject, particularly focusing on the public governance, how it will affect the EU's the main strategy to realize the net zero economic system as well as a society. In the introduction, I think that everybody knows exactly where we are now and how we are living in pandemic, in 100 years, in the war in Ukraine, in 70 years since the Second World War, as well as the high inflation rate with 2-digit in 40 years. So it is pretty much a tough time we are facing and living, in fact. Therefore, it is valuable not only for me, but also for you to see each other in this room face to face. In a way, we are pretty much lucky persons among the rest of the world population. So many sacrificing people are existing, and we have experienced a lot of loss already in lives, in our properties, and economic activities, and so on. Among these, the worst problem might be, particularly from the UN side, it is still, and very much due to the COVID and war, insufficient achievement of 17 the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And what I found is, among these, the certain goals are directly and indirectly related to the European Union's focusing the climate change, unfortunately. So 17 global agenda, you know better than me, poverty, hunger, gender, equality, and so on. So among these, 13 agenda are closely interact with climate changes. And the truth is, we are living now in the rising temperature already reached 1.2 degrees from the pre-industrialization period. So the Agenda 2030 from the UN and the Paris Agreement on climate change is increasing reality we are facing, and we have to deal with it commonly and collectively. I think at least it is our good opportunity as well as big challenges how to tackle on it to realize the net zero society by 2050. So there are a lot of negative impacts of climate change, economic, ecological, environment, even political and social areas. So it is a comprehensive crisis we are facing now, and we have to deal with it. So climate change, how serious it is? If we look at the statistics, this statistical data shows us that since the year 2000, the last 21 years long, the output of emission, coal and dioxide emissions, increased over 30% dramatically from the year 1000. So last 20 years long, it has increased dramatically compared to the previous period. So that is the fact and reality we have to deal with. So carbon emission based on fossil energy and increasing total population is the greatest challenge we human being is facing now. So if we miss the target, the goal of net zero society by 2050, what can happen economically? We will lose around between 4 to maximum 14% of global GDP. Due to the pandemic, around 4% of global GDP we have already lost. But if we miss this target, the loss will be much enlarged. So my goals of research are 3. Number 1, discussing climate change related to the core issues of UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Secondly, I like to focus on EU's energy and climate policy, how important these are to tackle on the climate issues as well as Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, I like to exploring EU's public governance for carbon neutral economic system and the Green Deal strategy. So background and rationale, I explain you shortly. First of all, the EU's climate policy, which is uppermost important, the policy agenda in the European Union, that is followed by the multilateral approach, starting from the Kyoto Protocol to the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015. So due to the EU's climate policy, EU was enabled to set a target of common climate policy in 2007, relatively late compared to other large size of countries. But I'd like to remind you that the European Union is not yet a political union. Rather, it is an economic union. So it is a great forward for the EU to build the common target of climate policy compared to other large-sized countries. So this climate policy set a target to reduce 20% the carbon emissions by 2020. This target was completed 2 years earlier than the target year. So enormous progress. So the comprehensive EU's climate policy since the 2007 is mainly based on market-based climate policy, not the top-down policy what the Korean professor has presented. That is a totally different approach, as well as regulation and broader policy mix based on pretty well-working democratic systems in the European Union. So if you look at this statistics, how the interim, the outcome has become. As you see this graphics, until around the 1990s and 2000, the European Union, as well as other European countries, CO2 emissions was rather high, around the same amount as like the USA. But since then, it declined rather dramatically, particularly from the European Union side, while the emission of the Chinese coal and dioxide increased the largest amount of the emission in the world in 2020. So last 20 years, the situation has changed rather dramatically from the EU side due to the common climate policy as well as energy policy. So these are what I talked about, and EU set the even more ambitious target in 2030, known as the Fit for 55, the package, by 2030, meaning that until the 2030, EU will reduce 55% less compared to the level of 1990s. So EU's energy policy is in line with the climate policy, which are rather interacted each other. So regarding the energy issues, the EU is pretty much in a disadvantaged situation or position compared to other large size of nations such as USA and China, because its dependency on energy is average around 50%, while the US is energy exporter, and China can maintain energy production and consumption by itself up to 80% if it wants. But China is importing the largest energy at present by purpose. So now the EU is suffering from the energy shortage due to the war in the Ukraine. But I think it might be a good news for the EU in the longer term, because the EU is trying to do every possibilities to reduce the dependency on energy from the Russia. So final outcome has come out 2 days ago. The EU, 27 countries, will import natural gas collectively from next year. It has never discussed before, but it has been realized now due to the war. So I believe that if you look at the longer term, the EU's energy independence could come earlier than expected, what the EU expected around 2050. 2020, 2 years ago, EU's energy dependency accounted for nearly 50%, but by 2050, they target to reduce up to the 20%. Only 20% energy import and 80% of energy consumptions can be sustained by themselves. But it will be much earlier than what they expected. So continuously, the EU has created the energy union strategies as like the economic union. The energy union means in 2014, they will manage energy issues within the European Unions collectively and together, although all member nations, particularly for the Eastern European countries, due to the Eastern European countries, they still allow the national sovereignty to maintain their own energy issues. However, as I said, due to the war in Ukraine, the collective energy union strategy will be strengthened and then emphasized pretty much. As a clue, now, as you know, Germany has difficulties to import natural gas. So France is ready to deliver their whole natural gas to the German market. So if Germany has a shortage of electricity, then France, the neighbor country, is ready to support their electricity generated by the nuclear power stations. So this kind of relationships has been emphasized and strengthened pretty strongly due to the war in Ukraine, as I said. So this table shows their target has increased and more ambitious compared to year 2020 toward the target by 2030. Up to the 2020, so-called 2020-2020-2020 target, meaning that they will reduce 20% of energy consumptions and 20% the energy generation from the renewable energy resources, and 20% higher energy efficiency and so on. But it increased up to 32.5%. But the difficulties is, by the 2030, it is only less than 10 years now, right? And they started at 21, but 21, we were in the middle of pandemic, and now we are in the middle of war in Ukraine. Nobody knows exactly when the pandemic will be and as well as the world. But still, despite the difficulties in reality, the EU Commission, including the European Council as well as the European Parliament, are trying to do everything what they can to realize their final goals of net zero by 2030. So in order to save my presentation time, I bring you to the, in the middle of the presentation directly. By 2030, whether or not the EU can realize the interim target, it is the absolutely important turning point. Use the climate policy as well as energy policy by 2050 to realize the carbon neutral society as well as a carbon neutral economic system for the sustainable development. In my opinion, if the EU cannot reach the target, interim target, it can be pretty much difficult, the further approach. So that's the, what I have talked about. And then there are two subjects what EU is focusing on. Number one is carbon neutral economic system and the Green Deal strategy. The latter is the policy tool to realize the carbon neutral economic system by 2030. So these are all background and content of what I have talked about. And this table shows that indicates that the interim target by 2030 is pretty much tough compared to the previous period and the next period, because it is the shortest period, only 10 years, and previous the period was 20 years, and the next period is also 20 years. So the ambitious target by 2030 might be a great reason to fail the EU's climate and energy policy, or it could be a great opportunity for EU. Then the question is why EU is trying to do such an ambitious target by 2030. It is because of their technological innovation and capability. Based on their study carried out in year 2018, they could reduce up to 60% of carbon dioxide compared to the 1990 levels. So therefore, they set a target Fit for 55 package, the 5% marginal buffer zone. So they were convinced to reach the interim target, but certainly they did not expect the war in Ukraine. So we are now in the middle of an exciting period, to watch out whether EU can realize their interim goal or not. So due to the EU's approach, many countries have followed. For instance, the US last year, certainly they will, in the US, they used to use the word net zero. In Europe, carbon neutral society, but different language, but the same concept anyway. So the Biden government set the same target by 2050. Korean government set the target 2050. Japanese government set the target 2050. Chinese government set target only 2060 due to their industrial structure and development fast. So analytical framework is then how to govern these strategic approaches. So all of you are the public administration expert. So the key point is, before the year 2000 and after the year 2000, the concept of a public administration has switched toward more comprehensive approach, because the problems we have facing has become pretty much complex and different level. So before the year 2000, some of us have talked about already democratic problems or poverty and so on and so on. But after the year 2000, due to the globalization processes, the problems we are expecting and facing are more broad and complex, such as climate change, and then the gender issues, yeah, and so on and so on. So this has made worse, particularly due to the global financial crisis year 2008. Many countries, particularly developing countries, could not trust their government because their government's capacity had been pretty much limited compared to the advanced countries. So what we are expecting is in the pandemic era, the resilience model in 4 stages are pretty much attractive and realistic approach, particularly for the advanced countries. So climate issue has become worsened in the world now, but it has reached already in the European Union, starting to become better and better by doing these strategic approaches. So the issue analyzed the 2 key points, the carbon neutral economic system, as well as the Green Deal strategies. These are based on legal-based approaches, first of all. That's a typical the Western approaches. So what they have, the greatest problem is, although the EU tries every measures, they cannot make 0% of the carbon emissions, because in industry and agriculture, these sectors are not possible. So what they have to do is to create land use part and technological development that can absorb the carbon dioxide emissions, what industry and agriculture could not make. So that's the key point of what they have to do. And Green Deal strategy, as said, it is the key policy tool to realize the net zero society by 2050. And this graphic shows, as I said, the interim period is the greatest challenge due to the shortest period with the largest reduction of carbon emission. So that is the real problem or difficulties for the European Union. And then this graphic shows, related to the first presenters, he mentioned the PSE. The EU has set the legal system to use their annual budget with 20% to invest and to tackle on the climate issues. So that means 20% of budget must be used for these sectors, which is the largest amount of the annual budget. So the reason why the EU set the legal system to use the largest portion of annual budget to the climate issue is in order to bring the private sector's capital. If government put the large amount of investment in which the high risk exists, the private sectors will never attend. So if private sector make loss, then private sectors cannot maintain their projects. So in order to create a buffer zone and to minimize the loss of private sectors, the public sectors, the government sector, the budget, large amount of budget to the climate issues. So that is my findings, which are the EU can reduce energy imports substitution effect up to the 2 to 3 trillion from 2030 to 2050 by reducing energy imports. And the European Green Deal strategies can also generate large amount of employment, up to 1.3 million. So that is the key point of why the European Union is keen to implement the carbon neutral economic system as well as European Green Deal strategy. So that's the main point I'm talking about. The summary and policy implication is as I explained during the presentation. Key point is that these two strategies can generate new employment and economic growth and contribute to the issue of climate change globally as well as locally, regionally in the European Union. So why European Union is doing is that the European Commission's the main target is to become the first continent on the earth to be the net zero society and economic systems. So policy implications, what Korean government or other part of the world can learn is the EU has set a long-term project from 1990 toward 2050. It is 50 to 60 years long-term project. So they approach strategically, not only for economic interests, but strategically, comprehensively for the human being, certainly that can contribute to developing the clean technologies in the European Union. And what the most important is, the EU is focusing on green and resilient recovery that is closely related to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, it is a long-term project, so it is not possible to wait and sit and wait. But they checked mid-term control. Every 5 years, they evaluate their policy result and outcome. And if the outcome is out of the track, and they correct it. So this kind of approach, they have done already so far, the 30 years long from 1990, and 20 years left they're heading for, and they will do continuously. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Sang-Chul Park, for the thought-provoking presentations. And now it's time for the discussions. Two discussants are joining us virtually today. First, Professor Fiona Yap from University of Adelaide, and who is going to discuss Professor Jae-Kwon Cha's presentations. Please welcome Professor Fiona Yap.
Thank you very much for having me. In fact, actually, it's my great pleasure to be here today. I have a feeling that I seem to be on two screens, but in any case, good. There's just more of me for you to enjoy. I truly appreciate the invitation, and I enjoyed reading the paper tremendously. I have a few comments, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can do a share screen Well, it looks like I'm not allowed to share screen with the for the organizers. Does that seem to make sense? Okay, you know what? As I said, I was asking the organizers if we're allowed to share screen. I think there might be a complication here. So I'm just going to talk about the paper without sharing screen. All right, my comments go into 3 general areas about the paper. What does it mean for the type of political system to matter? And I think in relation to the conference, given that there's a focus on SDGs, there would be a discussion, for instance, on food and water security, or access and support of social systems such as health, income, employment, etc. The more interesting question, I guess, from the paper is, how do institutions matter? And in this regard, it's not just institutions, but also policies. And of course, the most relevant aspect of this is why. Why does it matter? And here we should find the theoretical grounding or the empirical implications, that is the theory building and practical solutions that would make this relevant. So in terms of the research questions in the paper, I appreciate that Professor Cha had pointed out that at the most basic, the research questions that he was dealing with is what explains the similarities and differences of pandemic policies in different types of policies. As well as which political system works better for dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. Mindful that this is at the most basic, the research questions. So of course, what we want to encourage Professor Cha and his collaborators to consider is, should the research questions be refined further, and perhaps also useful, how do these research questions fit with the stated research goals? And here it actually gets to be quite useful to look at Professor Cha's research goals. He explicitly specifies that the research goals are to explore the crisis management governance that is required for situations such as the COVID-19 pandemic, and that the goal is to develop a reconciliation in the debate regarding political systems and the COVID-19 policy performance. These research goals, as you would be able to judge or adjudicate, are a little bit more in-depth than the research questions that were presented. In fact, if you were to look at these, you would say that the research questions and the research goals are not completely in sync. The research goals are actually clearer, and while the research questions are more generic. Probably useful for further development and also consideration is the question regarding crisis management governance. When we talk about crisis management governance, we may be alluding to administration rather than political systems. And this would mean that there is also more consideration of exactly what it means for policies to develop under certain systems, or better yet, under certain administrations. So I encourage Professor Cha and his colleagues and his collaborators to actually investigate this. Importantly, the deeper we dig into this, the more this research is going to be able to fuel theoretical grounding and empirical implications, as well as to provide substantive direction for future research. We go next to the, my other comment has to do with the how. Now, Professor Cha, of course, had done a tremendous job in making sure that he has, as he had pointed out in his presentation, included a vast number of variables. And essentially, this falls under the umbrella of politics matter, right? And his, I think his argument is, at the most basic, politics is seen to matter because there are democracies versus autocracies. In his paper, he mentions that democracies matter because they provide support and, more importantly, consent for quarantine policies. That democracies also matter because they encourage and provide extensive information disclosure. And then, of course, there is the freedom of the press as an alternative source of information. I'm just picking up some of these statements from Professor Char's paper to note that he has provided a thoughtful discussion of how democracies matter, which may not have come through in his presentation given time constraints. I also want to congratulate Professor Cha for talking about how autocracies matter. And in autocracies, he points out that the literature has underlined control of infection rates success, as well as prompt and unchallenged responses, as well as easy mobilization for underlining autocracies matter. Now, I wouldn't be doing my job as a discussant if I not only congratulated Professor Cha, but also provided tips for further consideration development. So what is missing is what I'm going to urge Professor Cha and his potential collaborators to discuss. Well, as far as I'm concerned, when we talk about institutions matter, we want to talk about which institutions matter and how. And here I would encourage Professor Cha and his colleagues to investigate and, in fact, make a point of measuring competitiveness and checks and balances, which are items that he had identified in his paper. There is also the question of data transparency as a proxy for autocraticness, right? Is that the only proxy, or is that the best proxy? And how would you justify that? And I think one of the bigger points that I think is very important is the concept of decentralization and local government. And here, I think it would really be useful for Professor Cha and his colleagues to discuss in depth exactly the levels of decentralization and local government, that because we cannot assume that under COVID-19, the level of decentralization and local government is the same as pre-COVID-19 situations, nor is it necessarily the same as post-COVID-19 situations. And it may very well be that it is, but if it is indeed so, in either case, a discussion and elaboration would be very helpful. And consistent with the point that institutions matter is the argument that policies matter. And Professor Cha and his colleagues had certainly documented that policies matter using the variables of a stringency test. But that stringency variable covers in a lot of policies. It includes the social distancing, shutdowns, travel controls, testing, contract tracing. And that's just to start. And we know that in each of these, there can be tremendous differences. So I think it would actually be useful for Professor Cha and his colleagues to consider actually additional proxies. Now, when it comes to the tests and results, as Professor Cha had mentioned, he had used two dependent variables, and I congratulate him for thinking comprehensively about this. And he provides some results where we know that democracy and decentralization matters, policies maybe not so much, but this is only for one of the variables, which is the CFR rate. The infection rate shows that autocracies matter for January 2021, but less so for January 2022. And then, of course, he does a subsample of the variables. For consideration, because a number of the variables were not significant, are the following. The range of dependent variables, especially with the infection cases, is really wide. It goes from 3 cases to 129,900, effectively 130,000. With that range, you may run into the problem of the assumption of multinomial normality of your dependent variable. You're going to get results that may reflect that issue. I've already talked about the stringency variable, and I certainly encourage them to talk about that. And also, I guess one interesting thing to consider is the advantages of using multiple indicators, which Professor Cha had included in his model, such as Poverty 5, the VDEM, and Freedom House, are well argued, and that's good. But clearly, that could have also led to the insignificance given multicollinearity. So I guess a good point to think about is, instead of using these variables, which have been shown by the literature to have significant collinearity between them, perhaps consider other alternative measures. So I want to conclude by congratulating Professor Cha again for taking on a pretty important question and for looking at these in a deeper fashion, because I think this is a good time for us to consider the crisis management and the governance systems that may go with crisis management. At the same time, I strongly encourage Professor Cha and his colleagues to dig even deeper, and I hope that my comments have provided a way for them to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Fiona Yap. Now, let's welcome Professor Paweł Pasiebiak from Marie Curie University in Poland. Please, microphone is yours, Professor Pasiebiak. Oh, apologies, we will spend a little bit of a time to for Professor Cha to jump in regarding the comments from Professor Yap.
Okay, thank you for valuable comments for me, Professor Fiona Yap. Actually, you just, she actually pointed out too many things. It means that my paper got lots of something wrong. But I think I have to improve my research design and entire scheme of my research for the future publications or other attempt to make some kind of a contribution to the book chapters. Or anyway, she actually pointed out some kind of disconnection or some problems with the connection between research goals and research questions, and also policy implication. Those 3 parts must be very closely related. But actually, I didn't make such kind of a clear distinction or connection between among research questions and goals and policy implications. So I just would like to figure out how to improve those some problems of connection among 3 parts of my research design. And then she actually pointed out too many things about the methodological problems of my research findings, especially related to the use of my adoption of my variables. So in case of like actually I used the CFR and total confirmed cases per million as our dependent variables. But she actually pointed out that in case of infection rate, which means that total confirmed cases per million has too long range of long range means that minimum score is only 3 point something, and the maximum number is almost 120,000 something. So it's too wide. I absolutely agree with Professor Yap's comments, but actually to improve make it a little bit revision, I tried to take a natural logarithm. Then I put the I put the new variables with transformed into the natural logarithm variables. Then regress the model again, but the outcome doesn't much differ from the previous model. So in that case, I don't know how can I improve more. So I have to talk to my colleague and also talk to Professor Yap to solve these problems. Anyway, I would like to say that I tried to take a relevant measure to improve, to solve the problems. And also, in case of a multicollinearity problem, I think we can simply think that I put the 7 political variables, which is related to the the type of political system or the characteristics of political system. So when the 7 political variables are input on the same model, probably there is a high possibility of producing multicollinearity problems. But I already checked. And then there is no other sign of malfunction of like my model in terms of multicollinear problem. Because in light of like VIF, also VIF, and then other I don't remember exactly the name, but I already tested make a diagnosis for multicollinearity problem. So there was no problems at all. So in that case, I think there is almost no problem with multicollinearity problems. So if there is another like way of improving my model in that light, just I have to figure out how. Anyway, and then she actually pointed out a couple of things more. But this is my my answer to her questions. If I forgot, I missed some points. Sorry about that. That's it. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Cha. Since the COVID-19, the discussion on which type of a political system is more effective has been going on, but his empirical contribution is really distinctive. So many thanks again. And last but not least, we have Professor Pavel Paziabak from Montclair University. And please welcome him with warm heart.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Europe. I hope you can hear me properly. Yes. So again, it's a great pleasure to participate in the Forum on Public Administration and Governance for Sustainable Development in the area of COVID-19. It's a very topical theme of the forum, so I really appreciate the invitation. I was asked to comment on paper by Professor Sangchul Park related to the EU's public governance for carbon neutral economic system and Green Deal strategy. So without further ado, because we are a little bit behind the schedule, let me start. Thank you, Professor Sangchul Park, for this insightful and optimistic presentation on the theme. I think it's really a good one, but maybe, in my opinion, over optimistic a little bit. I will present some key points, I guess. First, a short introduction and then my comments, and maybe at the end of my time, I will concentrate on some issues to consider or some even more specific questions. Although for some of these questions, Professor Sangchul Park has already answered. Again, I don't have to tell in this audience that sustainable development goals and climate change are intertwined. So even Professor Sangchul Park mentioned that 13 out of 17 goals are connected to the climate change, and it's really important to tackle this problem. Climate change, again, the crucial importance of that phenomenon. The climate change is a very important thing from the human being perspective. Even one of the most serious change from that human being perspective. So we have to think about some actions to mitigate negative effects of climate change. And these actions should be effective. So we have here importance of good public governance for sustainable development goals. And it can be one of the instruments that help us to achieve somehow these goals quicker than later, sooner or later. And of course, there are different approaches to achieve SDGs in the world, and there are many ways to achieve it, and many policies to do so. So from the point of view of climate change, we are talking about climate neutrality as or zero emission, as said before. But the approach of different actors is different. So we've got here the paper, the chapter of Professor Sangchul Park that tackles the problem from the point of view of the European Union. And that's, I think, insightful. Yeah, I found that the paper very interesting and insightful, and I think the approach towards the tackle of the problem is a correct one. It's a well-written, detailed, and well-structured paper with some set of data that were used where possible. Although the author also mentioned about some lacks of data because of the period of empirical evidence is quite short. And there are some probably possibilities to explore it more in the future. So yes, it's of course topical and extremely important problem because this good public governance in the EU is one of the issues that is supportive towards the creation of carbon neutral economic system, and one of these tools is Green Deal strategy. So Professor Sangchul Park described the situation and analyzed the situation, how the European Union uses this public governance for achieving of the sustainable development goals from one perspective, and also its own regional goals in that area. So the approach is here combined. I won't say that much about the structure of the paper because we don't have too much time. But I think the main impression on the structure is that it's quite well weighted as for the parts of it. Okay, so implementation of some comments now. So some implementation of common climate and energy policies by EU just helped to improve the situation with the global warming phenomenon. So it was underlined by the author, and setting targets in carbon emission reduction or increasing renewable energy sources for electricity production, improvement in energy efficiency was a good way to measure progress. So it is possible to tackle climate change effectively. So it's one of the main conclusions or results from the paper. So we can actually achieve the strategic goals of the climate and energy policies even before the official deadline proved it. So it's also important to realize that if we have success, we can formulate more and more ambitious targets. And it was done in the European Union, as was said, for example, Fit for 55. So another conclusion from that part is that the EU's climate neutrality by 2050 is possible, although it will be kind of hard, as was also presented during the speech of Professor Park, that the period we are in now is the most crucial, because we have to do even more than before, and the results are not known, especially in these circumstances that we are facing now. So again, as also was mentioned during the presentation, that the EU can be treated, or approach of the EU can be treated as an example of the approach toward the climate neutrality problems, and some countries also followed that example to some extent. So it is also kind of interesting result from the analysis by Professor. And the main conclusion, one of the main conclusions, is that the sound public governance supports or is supportive for implementation of the climate and energy policies. So from that point of view, Professor Park also showed that it's necessary to have social and political support for that. So in the European Union, it seems that such support exists, although in current situation, I think the level of that support is lowering a bit. But I would assess it as a short-term phenomenon. But in the longer term, I think that there will be support, or huge support for changes, structural changes. So, as also mentioned in the article, the sound public governance was important and is important in the European Union. Public governance that gathers all actors of that. So from the institutions of European Union through governments, national governments, local governments, and all stakeholders with NGOs and some other civil society initiatives. So in the European Union, the situation seems to be working quite well in that side, and it was also mentioned by the author. So at the end of the day, important to create cooperative system, strong cooperative system. In that vein, I would also underline, and it was also showed by Professor Park, that we've got some instruments in Europe and European Union just to make this public governance working even more. And in relation to the first presentation, today's session, the first session related to public-private cooperation, we can see this chart and this plan of investment for sustainable Europe as an example of good public-private cooperation in the environment related to this sustainable development. So I don't want to repeat after the professor, but it's important that from the very beginning we are thinking about the financing side of that, because as we know, we have to tackle that problem with scarcity of our funds. So in the case of European Union, we devotes quite a lot of our funds for sustainable goals, and it is kind of a part of this public governance. So I would like to underline that as an example, and maybe some more specific comments, because it is important to realize that the goals of sustainable development goals and climate neutrality is achievable without a loss of economic development. So it is, I would strongly underline that statement, and it was also proven by the author of the paper. So it is possible, and it is advisable, and it is desired to devote our efforts to do so. So energy consumption, restructuring of energy consumption, and economic growth. It seems they are like contradictory, but they are not at the end of the day. And theoretically, yes, these are contradictory phenomena, but it was proved that they are go with each other, actually. And some issues to consider. Maybe there are some specific questions, or probably it's not easy to answer immediately during this panel. But I was thinking about again, maybe overly optimistic view presented in the chapter, and according to the position of the author, he stated that the process of achieving a net zero goal by 2050, 2060 will be a disorderly process. So I'm thinking about, isn't it possible to cooperate between the main actors? The second question is connected to common energy policy in the European Union, and I think the author answered during the presentation to some extent that because of course we are in Europe in the situation where we are working cooperatively, but it's not the easy process. Nowadays we have also competences for shaping our energy policy on the national level. So in current circumstances connected to the world in Ukraine, we are facing more individual approach. But the question is it temporary or short-term result of the current situation, or it will last longer? And yes, as also was mentioned by the author, this resilience model is quite well developed tool for analysis. So I would ask about some possibilities to use this model in current situation. Yes, again connected to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And finally, I think these are quite open questions, and I would appreciate the answer or quick and short answers. And finally, this is, as I mentioned, this relatively short period of time has passed from introduction of the strategy for carbon neutral economic system and Green Deal strategy. So again, lack of data for empirical analysis just limits the analysis. So I hope the author will be updating the analysis in the future, and I'm sure he will be. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's invite back Professor Park for his comments. You have about 3 to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you for valuable comment, Powell. So good morning by you and good afternoon by me. And Dr. So, his university is called Madame Marie Curie University. Yeah. So I was the visiting professor at that university from 26 to year 2000. So in order to save the time, I'd like to answer your questions point by point. Number one is my view over-optimistic regarding the EU's approach? As explained in my presentation, certainly yes, it looks like, but before the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, it was not over-optimistic if you look back 2 years ago, because the EU was convinced that their technological level to reach the final goal by 2050, they could reduce up to maximum 60% of carbon dioxide reduction with the 2018 technological level by 2050. Therefore, they set a target of fit for 55. 55 means 55% reduction from the original target of 40%. So it was not over-optimistic, but a realistic approach at the time point in 2018. But unexpectedly, we are experiencing pandemic and the war in Ukraine. So the situation has become much more complex. For instance, during the pandemic, year 2000, most of the European officers were pretty much glad, although they did not express, because the consumption of the fossil energy reduced dramatically due to the pandemic and the lockdown and so on. But a year later, the consumption of fossil energy increased again of nearly same level to a previous pandemic. And now the war in Ukraine, so situation has become much more complex. So as I pointed out in my presentation, it could be pretty much challenging for the EU to reach the interim target. So if they could, then it is pretty much positive for a longer term target. But if not, still it could be a second choice for the European Union compared to other parts of the world. So it is my point of view. And then second question is the structure of my paper. Unfortunately, I have not any power to change the structure because the structure has been set up by this National Institute in KIPA. Number 3, the social and political support in the EU, which is absolutely necessary for implement the sound public governance. So these governance system needs 2 core elements for a longer term. Number 1 is the legal system, as I pointed out, particularly the Article 192, Clause 1. This guarantees the EU to set up the new regulation and extend the content of regulation and so on. And secondly, the long-term as well as a sustainable financing is absolutely needed to implement a sound public governance, as the first presenter in this session has been presented. Number 4 is the decoupling process since the year 2006 that proved the carbon dioxide reduction, the processes could not harm the national economy at an EU level comprehensively, but contribute to develop the EU's economy as well as the technological innovation continues. So year 2006, the EU was the first continent to enable the decoupling, the relationship between the energy consumption as well as the economic growth. And then after that, the USA followed and Japan followed. Now, unfortunately, Korea has not reached to that level. So number 5, next is cooperation among East Asia as well as the EU, USA. Certainly, it is absolutely needed to cooperate not only these major countries, but also the developing countries as well. If you look at the statement of COP26 in Glasgow last year, then you will see the content. Without cooperation, particularly the major countries, for instance, China and the USA generate nearly 48% of total the CO2 emissions. So without their participation, it is not simply possible for us to reach our long-term goal. Finally, the number 6 is the common energy policy in the EU. Certainly, it is a long-term goal and is possible. But if you look at the content within the member nations energy structure is very too much, and therefore the EU Commission allowed the sovereignty still to implement their own energy policies in order to reach the common targets. So it will take a longer time, but fully possible. So that's my answer and response to your comments and questions. Thank you.
Many thanks again to all the presentators and discussants. Sadly, this is the end of the first session, and I've been very honored to be part of this session as a humble moderator. And due to time limit, we will continue with the second session, and Ms. Haley Kim from UN DESA will take over the moderations. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. We will now begin the second half of the forum. Before we invite our presenters to the stage, we would like to kindly remind them to keep the time limit as much as possible since we are experiencing certain delays. So with no further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Aslam Alam to the stage with his presentation on strengthening public governance towards a green sustainable recovery from COVID-19, a comparative study between Bangladesh and Korea. Dr. Aslam?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to be here today to make the presentation in person. My topic is strengthening public governance towards a green and sustainable recovery from COVID-19, a comparative study between Bangladesh and Korea. Objectives of the study is to examine governance capacities of Korea and Bangladesh to achieve sustainable development and green recovery from COVID-19, and also to identify ways to strengthen public governance capacities of developing countries like Bangladesh. The analytical framework I've used in this paper is basically governance capacity theory as the analytical framework. And governance capacity is conceptualized as the abilities of a state, both systemic and organizational level, to formulate sound policies and implement those policies effectively in collaboration with non-state actors to solve collective and complex problems. Here, may I add that this is a qualitative study and many correlationship has been assumed rather than statistically proven. Now, linkage between governance capacity and sustainable development outcome. So how I have argued in this paper that governance capacity for sustainable development is dependent upon 9 building blocks, which I will explain later. And this existence of these 9 building blocks results in various policy measures towards each building blocks, and which leads to sustainable development outcomes. And I have used some proxy measures to measure sustainable development outcomes. I haven't measured it, it's just taken. I have used as analytical framework the institutional readiness assessment framework. This framework has been developed by DPIDG, which is Division of Public Administration and Digital Government of UN DESA. This framework consists of 9 building blocks. 9 building blocks are political commitment, number 1. Number 2 is transformative leadership, human resources, and changing mindsets. Number 3 is system thinking and policy linkages. Number 4 is organizational structures and processes. And then financing, digital technology and data, coherence between national and local and regional levels, stakeholders engagement, and monitoring, reporting, and evaluation processes. Now, these 9 building blocks are shown in this chart. Now, what are the key elements of these 9 building blocks? Political commitment is reflected by vision setting by government, and also regulatory framework, and also normative framework. And transformative leadership, human resources, and changing mindsets are reflected through transformational leaders as opposed to transactional leaders, quantity and quality of human resources, mindsets, individual, organizational, and system levels. So investment in these areas and visible leaders, these are some of the issues. Then system thinking and policy linkages, harmonization of reflected by harmonization of interconnected policies, vertical integration and horizontal integration. Then organizational structures and processes, reflected through institutional arrangements for policy coordination and integration and standardization. And also financing, so they say integrated budgetary allocation and adequate funding provisions. Digital technology and data, reflected by digital government strategy, digital security strategy, national data strategy. coherence between national and local regional levels. There's a parity between national, regional, and local, and stakeholders engagement mechanisms and tools to engage the stakeholders. And lastly, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation processes reflected through monitoring and reporting mechanism and evaluation methods. So these are the key elements of 9 building blocks. Now the proxy measures for sustainable development outcomes, I have used here several indexes like Sustainable Development Index 2021, where Korea has been ranked 27 and Bangladesh is ranked 104. E-Government Development Index 2020, where Korea is ranked 2, Bangladesh 119. Online Service Index, Korea's score is 1, and Bangladesh's score is 0.6118. Telecom Infrastructure Index 2020, Korea's 0.9684 and Bangladesh's 0.3711. Human Capital Index 0.8997 and Bangladesh's 0.5731. Human Development Index, Korea's 23, Bangladesh's 133. And Green Future Index, here Korea is among top performers. It has been ranked as 10 and Bangladesh is ranked in 62. This last one, Green Future Index, is published by World Economic Forum. Now, my research finds that Korea's successful march towards green and sustainable recovery is a result of a strong public governance mechanism demonstrated by 9 building blocks, facilitating policy coherence towards SDGs. And for Bangladesh, inadequacies in building blocks are impeding progress towards SDGs as well as green and sustainable recovery. Developing countries like Bangladesh should focus on enhancing 9 building blocks to strengthen the governance capacity and thereby ensure green and sustainable recovery from COVID-19 as well as realization of the 2030 agenda. Now, I have presented in detail the comparative state of affairs concerning 9 building blocks, which I'm unable to present here due to time constraint. I will straight go to policy implications. So, for political commitment, considering the Korean example, I have recommended that Bangladesh may consider reformulation of the National Sustainable Development Strategy for the period up to 2041. Here I have mentioned reformulation because actually it was formulated, which ended in 2021, which has been discontinued. I've recommended for reformulation because Korea has a National Sustainable Development Strategy. Enactment of Sustainable Development Act. In Bangladesh, we do not have any Sustainable Development Act, but Korea has a Framework Act on Sustainable Development. Establishing a National Sustainable Development Council on major development issues, social and economic. Bangladesh has a national council headed by Honorable Prime Minister. But in case of sustainable development goals or SDGs, we do not have such a council. So I have recommended one. Establishing a parliamentary standing committee on sustainable development. We have ministry specific standing committees in our parliament, and there are some cross-ministry parliamentary standing committees, but we do not have such any specific parliamentary standing committee to watch SDGs implementation. But in Korea they have, and in many good cases, in other cases also they have. So I have suggested establishing a parliamentary standing committee on sustainable development. And then for transformative leadership, human resources, and changing mindsets, I have recommended a few. establishing political instead of bureaucratic leadership on sustainable development. In Bangladesh, achieving sustainable development goals has been left to the administrative leaders, and political leaders are less engaged. It is recommended that political leadership is more involved on sustainable development. Academy for Planning and Development under the Ministry of Public Administration may be transformed into a National Sustainable Development Academy. So this Planning and Development Academy is in existence for quite some time. It was under Ministry of Planning, and for some administrative reorganization, it is now under Ministry of Public Administration. And I have recommended that for developing human resources for sustainable development, this academy may be refocused on sustainable development. And NSDA should offer massive open online courses on sustainable development accessible to all public officials. So this is in practice in Korea. They offer MOOCs for all public officials. In Bangladesh, we don't have such programs in larger scales. And the government should make undergoing this online training programs mandatory for all public servants, because there is a lack of capacity or awareness and skills among public officials, particularly at the local level, both local administration officials and local government officials. This is not possible to train everybody in person in training institutes. So online courses like MOOCs and making it compulsory will be good enough. And also the National Institute for Local Government should implement similar measures for local government officials. NILG doesn't have a massive program for capacity building of local governments. The BPATC offers a number of training programs for public officials, but their efforts is limited to a particular group of officials. But a large number of public officials are outside any such training programs. So cadre-specific training institutes, there are 27 in total. They must be involved in imparting particularly mindset changing training programs for all levels of public officials. How much time remains?
5 minutes left.
5 minutes more. Okay. System thinking and policy linkages. Bangladesh may establish a ministerial level policy coordination office at the PMO. We do not. There's a ministerial level policy coordination office in Korea. We do not have such mechanism, not at the ministerial level. So I have recommended one. This forum may form working groups comprising secretaries of relevant ministries. Secretaries means vice ministers of governments in Bangladesh. Then organizational structures and processes. The establishment of a National Sustainable Development Council. It will reflect political commitment as well. That's why I have mentioned it earlier. Establishing a parliamentary standing committee. Then Interministerial Policy Coordination Committee, empowering the IMED of Ministry of Planning for monitoring and evaluation. IMED or Implementation, Monitoring and Evaluation Division is currently involved in project-specific monitoring and evaluation. To assign them the overall responsibility for monitoring and evaluation of sustainable development goals as well. Then empowering the Comptroller and Auditor General of Bangladesh to carry out policy effectiveness audit on SDGs. Currently they are not doing it. and which is done in Korea and many other places. And establishing policy coordination mechanism at the local levels. At the local level, SDG-related policy coordination mechanism is absent. There are other mechanisms, but which are not focused on SDGs. Then financing. Bangladesh may follow the Korean example of significantly enhancing tax GDP ratio by increasing efficiency in the tax system and ensuring tax fairness. You see, financing SDGs is a big challenge. It's everywhere. In Bangladesh, a study has been carried out, which is called financing gap strategy. Now, we have significant financing gap, and there's not much overseas fund available for SDG implementation, which the government can count. So domestic resource mobilization is the key. Now, Korea has set an example of significantly enhancing tax GDP ratio by increasing efficiency in the tax system. So which Bangladesh can do to enhance tax GDP ratio by increasing efficiency and tax fairness. The government may also consider finding innovative financing for sustainable development, such as public-private people partnership. Then digital technology and data, formulation of an informationization master plan, which Korea has been implementing for quite a long time. So in Bangladesh, we have different plans, and our Access to Information program, which is currently known as Aspire to Innovate program. They are, steering this process for quite a long time, but still spreading out the movement across all ministries is yet to be achieved. Establishing an e-government task force led by the ICT advisor to the Prime Minister. So we have many national level task forces. I suggest we need a e-government task force led by the ICT advisor. Then fostering a culture of faster citizen services through one-stop shops. Bangladesh has one-stop shops, but only for businesses, government to business, to increase or to promote investments. But citizen services, we do not have one-stop shops for transaction-specific citizen services. We have informational one-stop shops, and we cannot do many transactions on these forums. Then coherence between national and local and regional levels. I suggest establishing a field administration SDG cell at the cabinet division. Cabinet division of Bangladesh government is responsible for overseeing field administration. So a field administration SDG cell may be established, and this should launch an online platform through which various units of field administration can submit their reports on SDG related activities. The local government division of the government may establish a local government network for sustainable development. Probably I'm nearing completion of my time, so I'm fast tracking. So I have a recommendation for stakeholders engagement, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation process. These are all based on Korean experiences, that how Korea has managed it. Now, there are some policy implications for Korea, particularly focused on development assistance. So under the third midterm ODA policy 21-25, Korea may launch training programs on strengthening the governance capacity for sustainable development for the relevant government officials from ODA partner countries. Secondly, the Korea Economic Cooperation Agency may launch dialogue with Bangladesh counterparts to strengthen the governance capacity for sustainable development in Bangladesh and offer technical assistance to implement recommendations. Thirdly, similar dialogues may be held with other partner countries as well. Fourthly, the government of Korea may allocate resources for implementing the above. This is only for development cooperation. So there are some limitations of this research, which is basically a desktop research and based on secondary data and information. No quantitative analysis has been done, and research was completed within 1 month's time, and the structure of the paper was given. If I was given the liberty, I would have structured it in different ways. And definitely, this is a comparison between Korea and Bangladesh. So there may be other comparisons with other countries as well. So based on Korean experiences, I have come up with some policy implications for developing countries like Bangladesh. So that's my presentation. I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aslam. We apologize for keeping you hurry up in your presentation. And with no further ado, I would like to invite Mr. John Song on his presentation on strengthening digital data governance for achieving climate neutrality. Mr. Song, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and then good afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm John Song from Green Transformation Lab. It's my extreme privilege to be here to present the content of my research paper to you. And I'm so happy to be here with all those leading intelligent leaders of Korea and Bangladesh. Thank you so much. My topic of study is strengthening digital data governance for achieving climate neutrality, an effective approach to unlocking the potential of data and digital technology. I would like to say that we can tell about the importance of data in one sentence. We can manage what we know, and we can enhance what we can measure. So data is the core of our knowing, and when we have good data, we can think in the right way, and we can devise strategies, plans, and actions in the right way. So recently, Stockholm Plus 50 conference, as well as World Economic Forum's events and their activities are focusing on the importance of data and the role data can do in innovative actions in the climate actions to minimize and reduce the carbon dioxide emission and greenhouse gas. Actually, the climate data can be useful when it has got the transparency and integrity and effect to the reality. At the same time, I would like to emphasize the importance of availability of data to public administrators, as well as business people, as well as citizens, as well as international audience of national data from a country. So data has got the life cycle of detection, capturing, measuring, assessment, validation, analysis and reasoning, forecasting and projection, and forming into responsive actions. So eventually, at this time of carbon neutrality and net zero era, we have to emphasize the importance of national reporting against NDCs and national inventory report as required by UNFCCC. So my research was performed with the hope that information delivered within the report can encourage and accelerate adoption of whole of government and whole of society approaches to climate risks. And digital data governance for climate neutrality will offer improved ability to make informed climate-related decisions and evaluate policy interventions based on up-to-date, reliable information. And we have some projections that 15 to 20% of carbon dioxide emission can be reduced by the use of digital data related to carbon neutrality. So we need a good nationwide, comprehensive, integrated digital data governance framework to enable this. My research was based on the following scheme. So the aim or objective is examine how data in digital technology can contribute to achieving climate neutrality within the digital data governance framework. And proposed frameworks of analysis have three components. At the technical level, European Union's twin transition framework and C40's city climate data management framework at the city level. At the institutional level, readiness assessment on institutional arrangements for policy coherence to implement the 2030 agenda for sustainable development from DPI-DG of UN DESA. The target audience for my research is the national and local authorities responsible for climate-related policymaking in implementation, and as well, actors responsible for digital government strategies, data management, and knowledge production. So first, analytical framework is EU's twin or double transition framework. It was proposed in line with its Fit for 55 package in 2021. And Fit for 55, as you know, is aiming to reduce GHG emission by 55% by 2030. And as well, it has got a green transition component, which aims to achieve sustainability and combat climate change and environmental degradation. So in practical terms, we can talk about circular industries, resource and energy efficiencies, and decarbonization of industrial processes and all the business ecosystems. Regarding digital transition, we can talk about harnessing digital technologies for sustainability and prosperity and empower its citizens under digital transition. So in this sense, we can talk about fourth industrial revolution technologies. Otherwise, we can call advanced digital technologies as artificial intelligence, blockchain, digital twins, and digital design, and so forth. So we expect that through this framework, we can provide great opportunities for local governments to thrive and cities to prosper if these framework components are managed well by them. So this framework has got 5 sectors: social, technological, environmental, economic, political. But due to the time limit of today, I will not go into the detailed contents of each sector. The next one is C40's City Climate Data Management Framework, established in 2021 by the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. This is designed to support cities to implement sound data management practices and it aims to strengthen cities' climate data-related understanding, achieve their climate mitigation and adaptation ambitions. It has got 5 themes composed of first, data management strategies, second, data quality and assurance, third, leadership and governance, fourth, technology and systems, 5, data use and decision making. The third analytical framework I took for this study was UN DESA's DPIDG's Readiness Assessment on Institutional Arrangement for Policy Coherence. It has got 9 building blocks for policy coherence. And I would like to thank you, Dr. Alam, for presenting the details already in front of me. Thank you, Dr. Alam. So this framework is to strengthen institutions for more integrated climate-related solutions. And secondly, this framework is to enable countries to enhance policy coherence for sustainable development and climate action. So it promotes the whole of government approach. And next framework, rather, I can say it's a very bold and aggressive proposition from me, is that framework of digital data governance for carbon neutrality. So this is suggested as the big roadmap that can be referred to by government officers and the policymakers and experts in digital data management, so that they don't lose any important aspect or component or element in managing digital data for the nations. So at the center, I think I found that many cases don't look into the metadata about the data. The data, metadata is data about data. It defines the taxonomy and classifications of data and their meaning and definitions, semantics, and structure of the data, and how to standardize the data, and what's the scope of the data that should be managed by the country at the government level or city level or at institution level. So this is the most important part I would like to emphasize. So around this, when we have a strong metadata foundation, we can set up data management regulations and data management policies. As well, we can define how data should be standardized and how we can manage data quality. In terms of data quality, we have to focus on the 5 TACCC principles of UNFCCC about data: transparency, accuracy, completeness, compatibility, and consistency in all data and through the whole data management lifecycle. So regarding the data management lifecycle, we can talk about acquisition and origination, and then structuring, and then consolidation and aggregation, analysis and reasoning, and the reporting and statistics, and dissemination and delivery, and utilization, and then continuous enhancement. So this life cycle should be reiterated along through the years and all the processes in between citizens, businesses, and government agencies and cities and the nations. So based on these 3 frameworks, we found some cases that were analyzed through these lenses of these 3 frameworks. So first one is country level case of Republic of Korea, which is the case of NGMS. It's called National GHG Management System. It's a web-based national greenhouse gas management system, which is a very simple to use system that's implemented by GHG Target Management System in 2013. And Ministry of Environment is responsible for monitoring and reporting all the GHG emissions. And from the perspective of EU's twin transition, we have elements of this NGMS that fit greatly to the conditions and the suggestions of this green transition of EU. So it has got a strong platform, and it has got the annual cycle of GHG emissions target setting, reporting, and review. And it has got the data accuracy related processes and functions within the system. Regarding digital transition, it has got the capacities inside the system already, and then it has got monitoring of the data, and it ensures data quality, and it provides time series analysis as well. Okay, the slide doesn't go forward. Okay, thank you. From the UN DESA DPIDG's Readiness Assessment framework, we have a political commitment, finance, organizational structures and processes, and stakeholder engagement, and changing private sector's mindset components in this case. The second case is about a city in Brazil. I'm not good at pronouncing Portuguese, but I will do my best. Belo Horizonte is key data-driven tools. The elements of these key data-driven tools were reflected into their data management strategies in terms of the city's Municipal Secretariat for the Environment, SMMA. So this SMMA publishes GHG emissions inventories, and it acts as a key policy instrument to enable the self-assessment of GHG emissions, impacts, and trends. As well, this city shows the very good data-driven policy instrument. So it has got the GHG emissions inventory. And as well, it has got the data quality management process as well. So Municipal Committee on Climate Change and Eco-Efficiency, CMMCE, handles validating and analyzing the data collected by SMMA. This is a very good case. As well, from the key data-driven tools of C40's framework, it has got technology and systems. It has got the good decision-making procedure. From the DPIDG's Readiness Assessment framework, it has got system thinking and policy linkages. And as well, it has got a good financing scheme as well. The last case is the city of Boulder, Colorado, United States. Actually, this city has a very excellent case of a system that's very similar to NGMS. It has got a data management system, which is called Boulder Measures Dashboard. This is a very impressive system where it shows all the city and community-wide GHG emissions data per source and sector. And it maintains the data quality and assurance, and it maintains an inventory of all the city's climate data sets. It has got a really good decision-making process. So climate commitment tool allows for the data analysis of different scenarios and the calculation of community-based GHG emissions under varying scenarios. I think this scenario-based risk analysis and projection, it has a really, really powerful function for people. right? All right. So, and this Boulder City has got the DPI-DG's readiness assessment features as well in terms of systems thinking and policy linkages. And then it has got Urban Sustainability Directors Network, USDN, which is to develop a carbon management tool that will allow cities to manipulate scenarios of various planting and land use activities. So all these three cases show a good example of real cases that implement all the frameworks we reviewed previously, 3 frameworks. Okay. So finally, policy implications. Actually, on the slide, it was my mistake that I put 5, but it's actually 9 key elements of data governance framework. So data protection, privacy and ethics, classification and standardization, data sharing, linked data and interoperability, national digital identity, shared infrastructure, data roles and institutions, data literacy and capacity development, and data partnerships. This can be suggested as a good summarizing 9 features of digital data management framework. The last page of my presentation is about the barriers that World Resources Institute suggested and how we can overcome these ones. The first one, lack of awareness or misunderstanding about open data practices. So WRI suggests that we should establish a leading governmental agency to spread out the news and importance of open data policy and open data. And some organizations or businesses or citizens are afraid of opening their data because of data privacy issues, and maybe sometimes they feel like they will be criticized of wrongly suggested data. So it should be avoided through this effort. And then as well, engagement of data providers from the first phase of data lifecycle is very important. The second one is about the barrier. Second barrier is technical capacity gaps among data producers and all users. So recommendation is to establish communities of practice and identify and fill up gaps of human resources, knowledge, and data infrastructure. Third barrier is lack of regulatory frameworks to support information transparency. So we have to set up the legitimate right laws and regulations, and as well establish national strategies about data. The fourth barrier is lack of mandate or political leadership to coordinate data publication across agencies. So it is extremely important, again, to emphasize the importance of integration. So we have to talk. The agencies should talk. They should plan together. They should set up the procedures, and they should set up the flow of data and how they can share the data seamlessly. So this was the main content of my research, and I would like to give my special extensive thanks to 2 brilliant contributors to my study. It's Ms. Hae-young Haley Kim of UN POG, and as well as Boyoung Kim of UN POG, who contributed significantly to this study. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Song. We would now move directly to the panel discussion. We have Mr. Ramiz Udin from UNDP Bangladesh joining us online. Ramiz, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear and see you very well. We would like to ask you for your comments, overall comments on Mr. Aslam's paper first. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ashley. I am here in a small island and I'm on a mobile data, but on my computer.
Mm-hmm.
But it is better, I think, if I use only audio because I'm in a small island with mobile data. Is that work?
We hear you very well. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, please. So I'm putting off my video because I'm on a mobile data in a small island with very weaker connectivity. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, dear ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon from Bangladesh. So very quickly, I'm going to comment on the studies and also coming up with some ideas. But giving opinion, the greater study, that is great comparative study, what Dr. Aslam conducted between Bangladesh and Korea is an important issues and very important for this time in this world when you need a green recovery. And thanks Dr. Aslam, Executive Director of Bangladesh Institute of Information Literacy and Sustainable Development for this type of greater insightful analysis, particularly in some comparative parameters and indicators where both countries have good achievement at the same time, some significant variations in both of the countries. COVID-19 impact, challenges and strategies for green recoveries, how to strengthen public governance. So these are the basically, and this is the basically qualitative study, but highlighted all those areas and in a structured way and very clear with lots of evidence. Dr. Aslam studies many powerful research paper and studies to make the comparative between two countries. Some of them are really good and insightful analysis for the people who are making policy and for the academicians who are contributing to the development and particularly for the sustainable development goal. And the paper came up with how to recover, what are the ways, what are the smart solutions, at the same time, what are the factors can inform. Thanks for the great analysis. The analysis framework is really impressive, though there are some big differences between two countries where we should bring some learning from Korea. That 9 building blocks are excellent. Proxy measures are really smart, but building blocks can be more to get a clear picture in terms of analysis, but still the paper is a really smart paper for the policymakers. Particularly, the government initiatives in Bangladesh to recover was really impressive in some of the years in government did really. Using in this paper where Dr. Aslam developed using 7 different indexes as a proxy indicator is a very smart way of analysis. The areas where indicated a strength of public governance, but to get the clear picture about those individual indexes, but in reality it is not possible to go in this type of detailed indicators and parameters to compare each of the index where compared the ranking both of the countries. For e-government index and open data in many other areas, we have learned a lot from Korea in such a way Dr. Aslam analyzed in this paper. Reformulation of the Sustainable Development Framework, where Dr. Aslam indicated a recommendation. In Bangladesh, we need this type of reformulation of Sustainable Development Framework. This can be based on the learning from Korea, but still we need some local contextualization. Dr. Aslam formulated many interesting recommendations which are appropriate for Bangladesh, and also indicated Parliamentary Committee on Sustainable Development Goal, which can be a greater step. And he also indicated the engagement of the political leaders in achieving sustainable development goals. It is true picture, and also indicated very good strategies how to connect political leaders engage in a meaningful way to achieve sustainable development goal. We really need a very precise and very detailed process to achieve those. Local level sustainable development goal, awareness and capacity building. It is true picture where indicated we have a lack of capacity in local level, but still, and also indicated online courses. Still, we have some online courses in Bangladesh, but we need to improve all those for a greater impact on the capacity. We can bring some learning and introduce some strategies where Dr. Aslam indicated in a such a way that is the greater conceptualization and implementation in Bangladesh, where we can bring some learning from Korea. And he also recommended one thing is that is related to monitoring of sustainable development goal achievement, recommended on IMED. It is the Implementation, Monitoring and Evaluation Division in the Bangladesh is really an interesting way of improving the situation on achieving sustainable development goal is a really an important area we should look at. But still, I think it is really challenging to develop those type of big jumping. And e-government task force can be a greater idea. What he indicated that e-government task force also we needed in Bangladesh. I think these way of recommendation and also analysis and suggestions, I think it can be really greater idea. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramiz. Dr. Aslam, do you have any comments to follow up? Thank you, Mr. Ramiz, again for waiting and also joining us through your mobile. Yes,
No my great thanks to Mr. Ramizuddin. I didn't know that he's the discussant. I just learned it after coming here. He's a good colleague of mine. We used to work together in the past. They are spearheading the information and communication technology movement in Bangladesh for almost a decade, and they have been very successful. I'm very happy and very honored to learn very thoughtful remarks from Mr. Ramizuddin. And thank you very much for agreeing with my suggestions. You know that I have been a civil servant for 36 years. I have worked at the policy level for almost 10 years, chief executive level. And so I have an academic background as well. So I have combined my policy experience and my academic experience into this paper. Then how we can improve Bangladesh system, or how systems of developing countries can be improved from the Korean experience. And so I have suggested, and I'm very happy that Ramiz has agreed to it. In one area, Mr. Ramizuddin has mentioned that 9 building blocks could have been more elaborated. Yes, I agree, it could have been elaborated further, but the problem is we have crossed the word limit by almost 100%, and further analysis would have increased the size of the paper further. So we had to limit our analysis. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Ramizuddin, for your very wise and thoughtful remarks. I must add here that this paper has been greatly improved by the contribution of Professor So from KIPA, and also our distinguished UNPAC colleagues, particularly Mr. Kaping Yao, Mi Kyung Park, then Praveen Maharjan, and also Ms. Kim, who had been engaged in this project from the very beginning. My grateful thanks to all of you for your great contributions. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Assam. I would like to now invite Mr. Kaping Yao, my colleague, to comment on Mr. Song's paper. Kaping, you have the floor.
Thank you, Haley. First of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Song for concluding this research. I know it's not an easy task. Just a few comments, for your consideration. Firstly, you introduced like a very innovative framework, like a digital data governance framework for carbon neutrality. And in the meantime, you also introduced that the 9 key elements of a digital data governance, which I think is a UN DESA framework for digital data governance. So I think we should work a little bit more to make this kind of two framework more in alignment with each other, because the UN DESA framework for digital data governance is based on the 3 kind of key principles of effective governance, basically the effectiveness, accountability, and inclusiveness. Based on this kind of 3 principles, I mean, of course, it's emanated from the SDG 16. So how we can make this kind of 2 framework consistent in alignment. And secondly, I fully endorse with your approach that you mentioned the importance of the whole of government and the whole of society approach. I think is very important. And also the third one is that you mentioned 3 kind of blocks of cases. So one is, like you said, technical level, and a city level, and institution level. Actually, this kind of classification, I think it's it's not that perfect, because each kind of modality, let's call it modality of data governance, it all encompass different dimensions that you talked about. It technical leadership, the institutional dimension, it covers all the dimensions, yeah. And also the first one is that for highlighting the importance of digital data governance, maybe you can elaborate more about the challenges in unlocking the potential of data governance, data and digital technology. That's the reason why we call for a robust data governance framework. For example, all those challenges include like data integration, because the data in silos, lack of institutional coordination, like data sharing or data exchange within public institutions, or data partnership. So we often encounter the case of a deficit in trust and also some private concerns. And another challenge is about a data or digital security issue. How we can enhance the resilience in data ecosystem. The third one is about another challenge is about capacity gaps in data gathering and collection, like a lack of real-time data, and a lack of data standardization and classification, and a lack of rigorous data quality control framework. And also we have a difficulty in data access and data control, yeah. And also another kind of a common issue is about the data communication. How do the data visualization, data reporting, which is also very important for public trust. And then in addition to that, I want to highlight this kind of elements for your consideration. First of all, I think we should highlight the importance of citizen science, because we have millions of data points. So it's almost impossible for the official statistical bureaus to collect all this data. So the citizen science has great potential to address the data gaps and the needs in leveraging digital technology for climate neutrality. Also, citizen science can provide critical data sets for local decision making, Because carbon neutrality actions, in many cases, it happens at local level. And also, more importantly, is that the direct involvement of citizens also drive the climate action from the grassroots up. Yeah, this is very important. Another very important element I think we should focus more is about open government data. As you just mentioned, that like inventory of greenhouse gas emission. Many governments, they have this kind of data, but how to maximize the value of this data in a government website is very important. Actually, many benefits around government data have not yet realized, especially in those countries in special situations. Yeah. The greatest obstacles to progress, including like a general lack of understanding of data and data science, and a low political priority, and an absence of data leadership. And then about data digital inclusion issue, especially gender digital divide. Because we know that the climate action, we should implement it with gender equality in policy focus, because women really play a very important role in the climate action. Yeah. And one more thing is about communication in public trust, like what I said. So it's very important that for the public to understand the government efforts, what they have done, and for the public to know in which direction the government is proceeding to achieve the carbon neutrality. And then it's about maybe you can focus a little bit more on building data literacy, especially for different levels of people. For example, for the policymakers and decision makers, their required skills is about how they can understand, interpret data for insights and decision making. And also for the data stewards, their skills are also different, like leadership skills, to provide oversight, and also the policy and the technical framework for data governance. Yeah. Lastly, maybe you can highlight the importance that to harnessing the public value of data, it requires a long-term vision and approach. And also because the data governance encompasses much more than technical functions. So the government must employ the holistic whole of government approach in developing the overarching data framework, which can be supported by national data strategy policy and a strong data leadership and a data ecosystem. Yeah, that's my
Thank you so much, Keping.
Yeah, views.
Mr. Song, for your short comments.
Thank you, Mr. Yao, for your insightful and very comprehensive comments. I love them all. I think I would love to pursue as you suggested. And I would like to mention a few things here. I caught about 11 points, but you talked very fast, so I lost some of them, but I'll try my best to answer. So the first one is integrating UN DESA framework with the reference framework in the paper. Of course, I would love to do that so that we can find out a very stable, more useful framework. Actually, I'm bringing this framework to Indonesia in a week time frame. I'm going there to help them to establish their national data center. So when we give some guidance to Indonesian government, I think I will use this framework, and then I will test it there, and then get some feedback, and then bring it back, and then I will revisit UN DESA framework again, and then I will work with you, Keping, and to enhance it together. Country, city, institutional levels of all the layers of data management framework. Actually, as you mentioned several times, a holistic approach is pretty important. So we should not make all the segments separate, but I think we have to think about how we can think all those dimensions into one plane. and how can set up the proper governance framework and the functionalities around. Yes, there are lots of problems and issues and barriers in terms of data exchange and to engage citizens. So there are some efforts in Korea and Europe and the United States as well, the data lab or city lab or living lab approaches. So I guess in the developing countries as well, we can set up some small facilities where the citizens and business people can come together to search data and learn and use the data for their daily life activities or their businesses. The other approach can be spreading out some message about the importance of national data and availability of national data for their life and their businesses through e-learning courses and YouTube clips and small tips here and there, so that the people can be surrounded by the messages about the importance of data. There are billions of data points. Yes, absolutely. So that's why we need a very simple, easy to access platform where the data entries can be validated and standardized automatically. So I guess the NGMS case of Korea is a very good example of that one. Maximizing the values of open government data, yes. Actually, citizens often don't know about the availability of the data and the value of those public data. In Korea, if I wanna get a copy of my university graduation certificate, I can go to my village office and then it's there. I was amazed to see this one because I came back to Korea 7 years ago and then from Canada, and then I see, wow, how can I get a certificate from the community office from my university? Wow, it was amazing. Gender equality, yes. Women are pretty strong and capable of handling data. Men often forget and lose some data, but women don't. So my wife doesn't forget about those things I did to her several years ago. So gender equality is again extremely important one. Yeah. I think that can be what I can say about comments. And again, I would love to say thank you to Mr. Yao for your great comment, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Song. Thank you so much to Professor, you have a comment on the floor. Yes, please go ahead.
Not comments, rather questions. It's a very interesting presentation regarding data governance, Mr. Son. I have never thought about the data governance. Data itself, certainly I have thought about and used in various purposes. So regarding your presentation, I have two questions. Number one, you explained about the EU's the twin transition data governance. So who control this data governance in Europe? Is it the European Environment Agency or independent organization? That's my first question. The reason why I ask you the first question is the data has played an extremely important role in the European Union to initiate the climate change issues earlier than any other countries on the earth. And the European Environment Agency started to collect and accumulate the data regarding carbon emissions since 1990. So that it has become the basis for the EU's climate and energy policy. Therefore, I'm asking you. And the second question is, you explained the different steps of how to use data up to the policy decision-making processes. So in the second step, you explained about the data quality and assurance procedures. That is extremely important because I'm sure that you also know the knowledge pyramid structure. Data is the first step, and second step is information. Based on data, you can generate information. And after that, the top level is knowledge. So without data, nobody can create proper information. Without proper information, you cannot generate any knowledge. But the thing is, although you collect a lot of data, when you practice in the policy implementation, there are many failure cases. So if so, then what is your measure to correct the failures and improve the failures and so on? You have not mentioned about it anything.
Thank you, Professor. Your excellent questions, two very difficult questions, but as well very valuable questions. EU's twin transition. I think who governs the data and who controls and manages data. I think it depends on the kind of data. For example, carbon emission related data is centrally governed by the government, but other industrial and citizen data is differently managed by country. But actually the principle should be that it's a kind of, we need a kind of top-down approach in framing the data governance in any kind of data if we want to integrate data at the national level. And I believe that national data is competitiveness of each country. So I think top-down approach can be the approach that EU countries take. Second one, steps of data usage. Yeah, you are absolutely right. There are many failure cases. And nowadays, if we combine data with digital, I think we may have some solutions, like blockchain technology, for example, and the smart contract within the blockchain. So with the blockchain, we can secure the provenance of the data, where it came from, and then the data is immutable. So we can trust the data. So it means that when we can trust the data, then we can use it with more confidence. So that's one example. And then secondly, although the data entry can face failures if the data entry itself requires lots of difficult steps or difficult approaches into the system. So that's why we have to have a very simple, easy to use entry point at the required level of data collection. So I would like to answer in that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Song. To all our presenters and panelists, we would like to move on to the roundtable session because we're experiencing a lot of delays. Kevin, could you please hold on to your questions until the roundtable session? I'm so sorry. Could you please, could all our presenters and panelists come to the stage? Thank you. I turn the floor back to Professor Kim for the roundtable session.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Taeyoung Kim of Kyung University, and it is my honor and great to be with you as a moderator. And the round table at the end of the joint forum is to collect stories and ideas presented and shared today. There are 4 gentlemen here to help the meeting going on. Professor Cha Jae-won from Bukyong University, and Professor Park Sang-chul from Korea Polytechnic University, and Dr. Alam, the chairman and executive director of Bangladesh Institute for Information Literacy and Sustainable Development. Okay. And finally, Dr. John Song, the representative partner of Green Transformation Lab, addressed in Songdo, Korea. Okay, I have prepared some questions in advance to effectively organize the meeting in limited times. Let me start it now, and let me ask Professor Cha first, as appeared in the order of timetable, okay? My question is, are there any new and novel governance strategy to achieve sustainable development goals, such as fighting against poverty and preserving greens set by UN?
To the problem of sustainable development goals. Actually, I tried to make some connection between those notions, that notion, and my research questions. Actually, it's very related to the notion of weak problems, which is which has been provided by the Bartel in 1973. In my opinion, the COVID-19 pandemic produced some kind of very mixed and very complicated problems, like weak problems in many aspects. So if we can, if the government want to overcome such kind of weak problems, probably it has to construct some kind of like a special system for governance. We usually call it the agile governance system. But in my paper, I already checked out so many aspects of governmental policy, which is called here in my paper stringency index. It has like 9 different policy measures. But my paper actually disclosed such kind of stringency index doesn't function very well to make a remedy for the overcoming COVID-19 pandemic. So that kind of things provides me kind of like a puzzle. How can I just begin to start thinking how to solve those kind of dilemma. If stringency index cannot say in statistical meaning nothing, what can our government do? So probably after like writing my paper, then I have to launch a new kind of like a study, which can find some kind of a solution to solve this dilemma. So right now, frankly speaking, I cannot offer any kind of relevant measure for solving such kind of policy dilemma in terms of like stringency index or sustainable development goals. That's my answer. But I'm not sure that whether I just provided relevant answer to your questions. I'm not sure, but
Okay, thank you, Professor Char.
Yeah.
And my second question goes to Professor Park Sang-chul, and it's quite similar question. But was it possible, both for government and private firms, to achieve sustainable development goals during the pandemic era?
I'm a rather optimistic person in the longer term. Certainly, yes, my answer, because usually the governments try to maximize the public interest, and particularly since the global financial crisis in year 2008, the structure, the power structure in any society, particularly in the advanced countries, has shifted from the power elite to the public interest groups. So government does not have any capacity, particularly in the advanced countries, to avoid this collective desire of the people. Therefore, all governments must follow the needs of the public interest in the longer term. In this sense, from the government side, certainly it is pretty much a positive to realize the sustainable development goals and strategy. And secondly, the private corporate. Certainly in the shorter term, all private corporates are keen to maximize their economic interests first. But I would like to remind you what is the latest issue, even in the market as well as for private corporates, which is so-called corporate social responsibility, CSR, which is one of the most important elements for the private corporates to continue generating their economic interest. Otherwise, people living in the society, having power, real power, will not allow any private corporates seeking only for short-term economic interests. Therefore, in the longer term, the private corporate must follow in this line as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Park Sang-chul. It's really helpful and fruitful. Okay, let me turn to Dr. Alam from Bangladesh, and to hear a little quite more critical side of strategic governance. Do you agree with those efforts for sustainable development would be rather a luxury, a step for the rich country only? Do you agree with it?
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Dr. Kim, for this very important question. Now, is it a luxury? I don't think so. I don't agree. It's not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's a necessity for developing countries, not only for developed countries. You see, the beauty of Sustainable Development Goals is that it includes both the developing countries and developed countries. In the past, say all development goals were set for developing countries, but SDGs are for everybody. So it's very holistic and it's very comprehensive. So you see, most of the goals will benefit, more the developing countries, in my opinion. And developed countries, yes, they will be benefited too. The entire globe will be benefited through the efforts of the developed countries, particularly climate actions.
But you see, developing countries will benefit. See, poverty, hunger, healthcare. These are gender parity. These are some of the biggest challenges for developing countries. Millions of people are suffering from poverty, malnutrition, hunger, and COVID-19 has exposed the all sorts of mismanagements and ill-conceived policies of governments, particularly in developing countries. Also, we have seen chaotic COVID-19 management in advanced countries as well, but the situation was dire in developing countries. And problem is that you don't have enough data. In developed countries, you have got data, but in developing countries, you don't have enough data. So lack of data leads to lack of information and inadequate policy decisions. Now, I don't agree with you, or this statement you have designed for me, that it is not a luxury, that this is absolutely essential, but I am not as much optimistic as Dr. Park, that maybe it's not possible to achieve, particularly for developing countries like Bangladesh. Because of the COVID-19 challenges, we have lost valuable 3 years. And now, due to Russia-Ukraine war, we are going to lose another 3 years. So all the resources government was planning to, spend on SDGs have been diverted to COVID-19 management, particularly on emergency measures. And the climate actions are the major victims for developing countries like Bangladesh, that climate actions are no longer priorities. So in this way, I think within this time frame, within 2030, for developing countries, it is not possible to achieve. Maybe SDGs needs an extension, extension for a couple of more years, at least 5 years, to cover the time lost due to COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine war. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me, at this very moment, let me little bit hear from Professor Park Sang-chul about, he's going to talk a little bit more,
I think I agree with your opinion, but on the other side, at the same time, there is always a time lag. Developing countries will not remain as developing countries forever. So developing countries will develop continuously. So after they are developed, or in the in-between first, they could understand what is the real meaning of the developed words and the sustainable development strategy. So without the sustainable development, human being, we cannot survive anymore. That's the fact. That's the fact. So regardless of developed or developing countries, we have to understand this common sense, although it will take a longer or a shorter period. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park. I agree with you, and I also agree with Dr. Alam. Thank you for presenting your positive opinion. I've been there, Bangladesh, okay? Still developing countries. Okay, my final question to Dr. Song, and I want to hear that the role of Green Transformation Lab. Would you introduce a little bit for a second? First. Then please share your ideas and thoughts. How do you evaluate those efforts to achieve sustainable development goals made by UN? And also, please evaluate based on your experience. Okay?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, I worked for a GCF, and then I came to Seoul National University, and I worked there as a professor. And then I established this company, Green Transformation Lab, January this year. The purpose of having this company is to accelerate the climate actions through innovative climate project ideas and designs, as well as climate finance. So we are working with many countries to develop some good climate project ideas and climate projects, including Bangladesh. I think in terms of SDG, I think I may not be able to evaluate the current status or the achievements by the global community. But one thing I can say is that the world before pandemic and after pandemic is just one and the same. It's a coin. So it's the other side of the coin. I think that ESG, SDG, and pandemic thought enabled people to turn the coin and look at the other side. So in Korea, we have lots of initiatives for ESG implementation. Now I can say ESG is not just a unique special terminology. Now it's business management. So ESG is exercised very differently by different organizations and different businesses. And every business will have a unique approach in implementing ESG. As many professors today told us, the SDG goals haven't been achieved as significantly as we expected. But I would love to join Professor Park's line with optimism, and we can do that. But one thing, we need to have a really good financial mechanism that can accelerate the flows of sustainable investment, climate investment, and ESG investment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Song. Yeah, we have only 20 minutes. Yeah, and it's time to wrap it up. And thank you again for your valuable comment and contribution. And I also send my one message to all audiences who are taking part in the forum, online and offline as well. And also, I'm going to send my one message to KIPA and the UN DESA. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's give another round of applause to all our professors, panelists, and also presenters. Thank you so much for today. So to wrap the 2002 KIPA-UN DESA International Forum up, we believe that today's discussion highlighted the importance of effective, inclusive, and accountable public governance for sustainable development, especially in the current times. We hope that all our audiences online and also offline can further share the ideas that were shared today with their colleagues and also partners within their institutions. And once again, a special thanks goes to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and all our audiences online. Thank you so much for joining our forum today, and I wish you a great weekend. Thank you very much.